All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. I hope you're having the greatest day as always, and I am your friend, Uncivil Law. I'm glad that you're here spending time with me, and I hope you're having a great day. We are here again to turn into the Karen Reed Stupid Spectacular. The Karen Reed Stupid Spectacular is, of course, as always, as ever, extremely and unbelievably actually getting more real as we speak because Karen Reed has, or rather, the prosecution has started putting on the stupid, and the stupid is incredibly real and rich, as we know and love. And we're excited for all the stupid because there is so much of it. And we're just beginning with the stupid as we begin with the presentation of the actual investigation. We finally heard from the first of the many police officers who will testify about the stupid, and we heard about our friends. We heard about rake and leaf blower and shovel and solo cup and stop and shop bag. All of our favorite players have entered the scene all at once too, which is a dramatic entrance for all these characters at once. That's very exciting that we have them all at the same time. That is fun, and we're in for that. And I'm excited about all those things, and I hope you're having a great day. We are expecting to hear more from the lieutenant this morning, and then we will, I assume, continue with more police officers. Presumably, Michael Proctor is going to be taking the stand relatively soon, because you gotta rip off the Band-Aid at some point, and now seems like as good a time as any to rip off the Band-Aid. So might as well get started with that at some point. So we will see how it all goes. Let's see, I'm just trying to get things set up. There we go. All right. Let's see. How are we doing in chat today? Harley, how are you doing? Good morning. Rose, good morning. Violet, Andrew. Dear Will Christian might be joining us a little bit later today. That's exciting. Jay Tizzo. Jinx, of course, is here. Created some wonderful fan merch yesterday. Recommend checking that out. We'll put it up on screen a bit. Stinker Bell, Minnie Busy, Unlike the Law Student, Catherine Dwindle, JPC, I Can't Remember, Al Brune, Cricket S. Good morning, everyone. Oh man, it's another day for the stupid. How am I doing? I'm doing fine, thank you. All is well in Uncivil World. Up, Spinny Fan is back. We do stand Spinny Fan. We do have some wonderful Spinny Fan merch as well, incidentally. Spinny Fan is back. We love Spinny Fan. Turn around. Every now and again I get a little bit closer to the justice that I always seek. Turn around. Every now and again I just make everyone comfortable inside my courtroom. Turn around. Nice fan. Spinning for justice. Turn around. Nice fan. Every day the Commonwealth falls apart, and I need you more tonight, and I need you more than ever. Total eclipse of the fan. Lyrics need help, but the spirit is there. Lyrics need help. The singing itself needs help. Many things need help, but the spirit is with us, and that's the really important thing, or that's what I'm going with. Lyrics need help. Melody needs help. Actual execution needs help. But hey, I have a light inside my heart, and that isn't a bad place to start the day. Let's see if I can put some of that beautiful, beautiful spinning merch on stream that we just got, because it is beautiful, and you should absolutely get it. Oh yeah, no, we got to share with you the merch. Let us share with you some merch in our morning. Yep. No, this is good shit, guys. This is our merch shop, the uncivil law merch shop, courtesy of Fourth Wall. And as you can see, we've got ourselves a Spinny Fan sticker. Oh yeah, no, we got ourselves a sticker that comes in multiple sizes. Spinny Fan, the only fan. The silent star of the Karen Reed trial, Spinny Fan, the unofficial mascot of breaks, sealed moments, and courtroom suspense. All hail the Spinny Fan. All hail indeed. You can get this wonderful, beautiful sticker in your life. We also got Spinny Fan, the mug. That's nice shit right there. And we got Spinny Fan, the hoodie, so that you can stay warm on those New England nights and look good in a variety of colors. Yeah. Got red. Got this maroon, brownish one. Got the gray, greenish kind of thing, or that's black, I suppose. Heather, navy, orange, and purple. Yeah. Then of course we've got Pocket State mugs and shirts. And Don't Be a Dick shirts and stuff and other merch. All those fun things happening on our merch shop. Please feel free to check those out as you have a chance. Let us turn back to Spinny Fan. Spinny Fan continues to spin for justice. The Solo Cup is, of course, a classic. The Solo Cup Evidence Collection Cup is a classic. You can't go wrong with that either. Many fun items there for you. I've also delisted the Sarah Boone merch, so that is no longer available. Sadly, Sarah Boone is no longer with us. It's very disappointing for us all. Yeah. If someone sees the jacket, they'd be confused. Just consider that an opportunity. Someone might ask you, what is up with the shirt or the hoodie? What is up with Spinny Fan as the only fan? What does that mean? Consider that an opportunity to spread the good word that is uncivil. Evangelize. Evangelize. Be an uncivil apologist. Ooh. Yes. Tell all the people about uncivil law and the glory that is uncivil law. We've got ourselves some pamphlets. We got ourselves some official Flavor Aid flavors. We got everything, man. Did the watch parts come in? I'm still waiting for one item to arrive. So, still waiting for one item, but yes. So, hopefully this weekend we will see. I love to see the solo cups in the morning, Julie. That's nice. We've got some new emojis in the chat there that we added in. We had Bev and Jen McCabe and Leaf Blower and Fan. We have some great emojis there that you can check out if you're a member. Let's get Spinny Fan. Yep. We got Spinny Fan for justice. Fan is your favorite emote? Yeah, I think it might be. Did you create that one, Miss Mandy? If so, thank you very much. Yeah, see, by wearing the fan shirt, Miss Mama Bear has the idea. You can spread awareness of LawTube and, of course, Uncivil more specifically. In fact, don't mention LawTube, just mention Uncivil. And make people aware of what's going on in our world and that people are covering these things. It's good times. 145,000, congrats. Thank you. We did tick over to 145,000 subs. So that was nice. Not a bad way to have my morning. So did tick over to 145. That is nice. Hopefully ticking over to 150 soon. I'd like to get over 150 sooner rather than later. But I will take my subs. Thank you. Unfortunately, I forgot to change the latency of the stream. So you guys are like 8 seconds behind me, which is very annoying. Because then when I say things, you guys can't react for like 8 seconds. So that's very annoying for interactivity. Oh well, and I can't change the latency as the stream is going, so we're just stuck with it. That sucks. Apparently, when you create the stream inside stream restream, for some reason it creates it as normal latency, and you have to go in and change it manually. That's just irritating. But that's okay. My irritation will be just slightly, whatever. I've got my oatmeal protein shake, 1 cup of oatmeal, 1 scoop of protein, a little bit of milk powder for flavor. Breakfast of champions, man. Who I think gets on the stand today? Well, I think we're still with the lieutenant. But I think Proctor has to get on the stand sooner rather than later. He's just poison. But you got to draw the sting. And probably sooner is better than later. The only other alternative is to try to put him in the middle of the stupid. I don't know that necessarily gets you anywhere. But the only other thing that makes sense is you consider the entire range of the stupid. Because this is the stupid phase. This is the shit of the shit sandwich, right? We've talked about this before, right? Primacy and recency. So you want to start strong, you want to end strong. So this Commonwealth started strong. I know a lot of you guys disagree, but I think they started strong. They started strong. Presumably they're going to end strong. They're probably going to end with aperture is probably how they're going to end, trying to prove the like physics of it. So that's sort of the cap of it. And then in the middle is all the stupid, which is the investigation. All right, so then how do you deal with Proctor in terms of that? So you could kind of do the primacy recency thing, right? The story within the story. So you try to start strong within the scope of the stupid. So assuming that's what you're trying to do, then presumably the lieutenant is your best witness of the stupid, which might in fact be true. He might be the best witness of the stupid, which says a lot. So maybe that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do primacy and recency within the scope of the stupid. So within the scope of the middle of the shit sandwich, we're trying to do a mini sandwich. So under that theory, then you would put Proctor somewhere in the middle of the middle. So that's the only other way this makes any sense. Because last time they put Proctor basically last. And I don't think that was the way to go. So I think you have to call Proctor sooner than later. And I don't see how you don't call Proctor. I don't see how you can't call him. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And then some people are like, well, can he plead the fifth? Like maybe in principle, possibly. But even if he could, he'd be an unavailable witness. And you could read in his testimony from the last trial. So you can't avoid Proctor because you could just have his entire testimony read into the record, which would take 3 days or something, but you could do it. Maybe if you ask really nicely, you can replay the video of him at the last trial. That'd be good. I'm glad you like your mug, Gail. I'm glad that makes you happy. We do try to make you guys happy. And for whatever it's worth, I do discount the price a little bit, even off the recommended suggestion. I know the prices are a little high, but it is as-made merch. So they have to make each one individually, so you don't get like bulk discounts. If we had 10,000 of them sitting in a warehouse, we could sell them cheaper. But since they're made as they're needed, They're a little bit more expensive, but we did, discount them from the suggested price to make them a little bit cheaper because we're not out to gouge you guys. We love you guys. I was watching retired detectives lose their mind over this guy. Oh, I can't remember. If you were watching retired detectives lose their mind over that guy. Oh my God, they are not prepared for what comes next. They are not prepared for what comes next. Yeah, you have to tell them. You have to warn them. You have to tell your detective friends, guys, if you thought the lieutenant was stupid, your soul is not prepared. I need you to steel yourselves. I need you to steel yourselves. You may be used to seeing a lot of crime scenes and, blood and bodies. You might be used to seeing a lot of bullshit, but you're not used to seeing this kind of bullshit. This will be shocking. This will be a little bit like that very first time you ever went to a murder scene. Right? The very first time you ever went to a murder scene, it was a little shocking, wasn't it? And then after a while, you kind of got used to it. Yeah, it's kind of like that all over again. You are not prepared. You think you're prepared. You think you're prepared from your 20 years of being a detective experience. You are not prepared. If your detective friends are already like rolling their eyes in the back of their head, you better have an optometrist on speed dial, man. Because the stupid has levels that your friends are not prepared for. Their souls are simply not prepared. We need to get some former detectives on stream. We do have that one former detective that I know. Maybe we can send him a link while we're at it. Let's see if he wants to join me. Yeah, Detective Seeds. Let's see if he wants to join me. Do you want to join me for the Karen Reed stream for a while? The stupid relating to the police is so real on levels that are beyond comprehension, and a detective view of the stupid might be fun. Lol. I crack myself up in the morning. When the leaf blower and solo cups came up, your 11-year-old said that's stupid. Yeah, see, the 11-year-old knows the stupid. The 11-year-old is aware of the stupid. As has been commented, like relating to, for example, the Celebrate guy with his experiments, as has been commented, we've seen there are middle schoolers who have better scientific management techniques than that. There are middle schoolers who can do a better job and have done a better job. I mean, for a middle schooler, it would be more advanced, for a middle schooler. But, there's some pretty sharp middle schoolers out there who could probably do better than the Celebrate guy with his experiments. We definitely need some other cops on here. So if you know other cops who might want to join the stream, let me know. Maybe we could get some FBI in here. That'd be good. FBI, so what do you think about this stupid? It's pretty stupid. Thanks, FBI. Is this the stupidest thing you've ever seen in your career? I don't know. Yeah, some of the things detectives. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me either way. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the stupidest thing they've ever seen in their career. It wouldn't surprise me if it's not. Detectives and police have to see a lot of stupid, although they're used to seeing stupid from the criminals. Maybe less so from law enforcement. So I have to clarify the question: is this the stupidest you've seen from law enforcement? Maybe that's a more precise question. Yeah, if any of my mods want to help me, like, see if we can get some former detectives on or crime scene investigators, CSI people. So, how often do you use solo cups? They have to be willing to accept questions like, so how often do you use solo cups in your investigation? What model of leaf blower have you found to be personally most useful to you in your work? So as long as they're willing to tolerate questions like that, then we can get along fine. On a scale of 1 to bullshit, what do you think of this case? On a scale of Fisher-Price, my first investigation, to professional, where are we?
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Of course they do.
Okay.
Yeah, no surprises there. Of course. Yeah, sidebar immediately. The under 1 second sidebar is incredibly fun and real. Yeah, it's a craft bag. It's basically the same. Yeah, it's basically the same. The bag that they use for evidence and the bag they use from a Stop and Shop is basically the same. First of all, how do you know that? On a technical level, how do you know that? How do you know what material? I mean, I know it's a little pedantic, but maybe it's not that pedantic. How do you know what the paper bag made at Stop and Shop and the paper bags that are used for evidence collection? How do you know what the paper is made out of? Do you work for like International Paper or something like that? Incidentally, I worked for International Paper for a little while in IT, when I was doing internships. So I probably have more experience with paper than some of these guys, which isn't to say that I know anything, but I still have more experience with this because I worked for International Paper for two summers. So like, how do you know technically that it's made out of the same stuff? How do you know that? Because I'm not sure that it necessarily is. They're both paper. But as International Paper, I'm sure will be happy to tell you not all paper is necessarily the same. So first of all, technically, how do you know they're the same? Second of all, even if they are the same, they didn't go through the same processes. They didn't go through the same manufacturing, and they certainly didn't go through the same quality control in terms of cross-contamination and, other contamination and, other things that you would need to know for an evidence bag. I would presume that the people who make evidence bags do so with a little bit more care because they're concerned about cross-contamination and fingerprints and DNA and all the things that might contaminate a paper bag for a crime scene bag. I imagine they go through a slightly or perhaps not so slightly different process. And probably they have different people working on it. It probably has to be audited in some way. Probably is monitored, more closely to make sure that, it's being done in a scientifically sound way. So I have questions. First of all, how do you know it's the same paper? Because it looks vaguely the same? Oh, yeah, it looks vaguely the same. It feels vaguely the same. Therefore, I'm sure it's exactly the same. Uh-huh. What are the specs of the paper? What trees do they use? From where? And so forth and so on. What processes do they use in the factory? Do they make it in a different factory? I bet you they make it on a different line. I bet you that. I bet you they make it on a different line. I bet you that those lines are more controlled about who has access to them. Probably not everyone can work both sets of lines. Probably some sort of additional background checks required. Probably the machines are more maintained and cleaned more. I'm just guessing. Probably more air filtration to help with dirt and dust. People might wear gloves or something. I don't know. Just guessing. But these seem like things that might be true. There's a reason the bags cost more. It's not just because they're jacking up the price for the hell of it. They cost more because of all the things I just mentioned. We need different personnel, different kind of trees, literally different kind of paper, perhaps different machines, different cleaning processes, different vetting processes, different audit and quality control processes, and so forth and so on, and so forth and so on. Have these people ever been to a paper factory? I've been to a paper factory. I probably am more qualified than these people. Exciting. It's one of those same things that, like, you know, when people think, or like an aircraft bolt, for example, it's one of those things that, you know, someone will say, okay, they'll go to Congress and be like, this bolt I can get at Home Depot for 30 cents. But, you know, Boeing charges me 30. Boeing's a bad example in this because Boeing's issues recently. Let's use a different company. Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin charges $30 for this bolt. Why can I buy this bolt for 30 cents at Home Depot and this bolt for $30 at Lockheed Martin? Am I getting ripped off? It's like, well, you might be partially getting ripped off, but that's not exactly entirely what's going on. You know what the difference between the 30-cent bolt is and the $30 bolt is? You know what part of the difference is? Literally, difference is in they might look the same, but they're not the same. Not for the least of reasons that the aircraft bolt has to be rated a particular way because it has to go through particular stresses. And they have to be tested and vetted and screened, and they're made out of different materials. They might look superficially similar, but they're not the same. If you use the 30-cent bolt from Home Depot, you're probably going to have a bad time in your aircraft. Those bolts cost more, at least in part, not entirely, but at least in part, because they're different materials, they're different bolts, different quality assurance. They have to be rated differently to undergo different levels of stress for different levels of time. Right? Aircraft sometimes, you know, have a lot of forces on them, especially if they're fighter aircraft. You know, fighter aircraft make fighter aircraft kind of movements, kind of, you know, do twists and turns and, you know, pull G forces and shit. Yeah, you probably don't want the bolt breaking. So one of the reasons it costs 1,000 times more is because one of the reasons, but not the entire reason, one of the times it costs $1,000 more, or 1,000 times more, is because it's several times more bolt with different quality assurances, screening processes, assurances, materials, blah, 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 blah. So there is a reason. There's a partial reason. We still might be getting ripped off. Incidentally, I'm not beyond the prospect that we're not getting ripped off for our $30 bolt. But we're not getting ripped off as much as the price differential might suggest. There are reasons the prices are different, at least partially. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah. And by the way, if you used your mind parts and you thought about it for a second, you could probably figure it out yourself. Like, if you just thought about it and be like, geez, why is an aircraft bolt so much more expensive than a Home Depot bolt? If you just used your mind parts, you could probably figure out some of those things. Like, why is the evidence collection bag more expensive than the Stop and Shop bag? Why might that be? Yeah, use your mind parts. You can probably think of some reasons off the top of your head. Nathan Sir Brandy for $10 says, hey, Kurt, how you doing? I went to law school after loving content from you, Rob, Nate, Andrea, Emily, and Runkle. Now I graduate on Friday. Kick ass. Thanks for awesome inspiration and content over the year. Well, thank you, Nathan. That's awesome. Congratulations on graduating. If you want some advice for the bar, my advice for the bar is try not to stress about it too much. I am a firm believer in what's called the nocebo effect. It's the opposite of the placebo effect that you're more familiar with. The placebo effect is if you believe it will help you, it will. Common in medicine. The nocebo effect is literally the opposite. If you believe it will harm you, it will. And it is as true as the placebo effect. If you believe it will harm you, it will. your mind will cause you to create the harm. So my advice on the bar is simply take a week off. Give yourself a chance to break if you can. First of all, don't do Barbary. I don't recommend it. I don't like Barbary, but you do you. But anyways, take a week off. Let your mind take a break, and then just every single day, just work on the bar. Just work on it every single day, and you'll be fine. Remember, you have to know a lot, but you don't have to know a lot about a lot. A mile wide, an inch deep, and so forth and so on. So you'll be fine. Don't worry about it too much. Don't worry about it too much. You've got this. I believe in you. Also, if you want to do bar exam problems, let me know. Also, if you want to give me a bar exam problem, let me know. It could be fun for the break. You could give me a bar exam problem and I can work you through the bar exam problem, and then you can critique me and correct me on the bar exam problem based on the back of the book. You can let me know all the things I missed. That'd be fun. I like bar exam problems. They keep me sharp. Is it wrong to like bar exam problems? Is that wrong? If it is, I don't want to be right. Don't yuck my yum, as someone might say. Yeah, let me know if you have a night free or something when we're not doing a stream. Let me know if you have a night free, and we'll do bar exam problems together or something on stream. It'll be fun. Ish. Some people will enjoy it. Yeah, ChatGPT bar questions weren't bad. We had fun with that. We might do that again in the future. I would definitely not recommend it as my solo tool, but as a tool to bring into the mix, ChatGPT and Grok for bar exam questions, not bad. I would definitely not rely on it, but throwing it in can be fun. Nathan said, haha, everyone's telling me not to take time off, but I'm going to. Yeah, take a week. Take a week, de-stress. And I'm taking Themis, not Barbary. Excellent. I don't know what Themis is, but anything that's not Barbary. I took Micromesh, which no longer exists. But yeah, don't do Barbary. Don't go sit in a classroom and watch some bullshit, watch some bullshit TV. That's some bullshit, man. Good luck, man. You'll be awesome. Also, Nathan, become a member. It's only 99 cents, man, and then your chats get to be seen. It's only 99 cents. I know you're a law student and everything, but I know you can afford it. Use some of that student loan money for your 99 cents a month. They'll be fine. Yeah, just take a week off. Just take a week off. Maybe go to a spa, get yourself a massage or two. Find yourself a hot tub you can relax in for a while. It'll be fun. Just take a week off and then get into it. You'll be fine. Let me see if I can do something about the courtroom audio while we're here. Give me a second, please. Well, no, if I do that, I can't hear it. Nah, I can't hear it. Well, no, I might be able to get around it. This is the most complicated thing I'm going to do today. I can do this on the fly, no problem. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. I can do this on the fly. All right. But then I'll hear the audio twice. No, I won't. I'll hear it once. I can do this. I have the technology. All right. So I need to change this audio output.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly
All right,
Peabody,
so that kills
Justice
your
of the Superior
audio,
Court,
and then I need to
holding
put
and
it
dealing
back.
Within and for the County of Norfolk.
See,
Draw near, give your attendance,
no, I
and you shall
can't
be
do
heard.
this.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, I can't do this.
Good morning
Lame.
again,
All right,
Council.
it was worth a shot, but I can't do what I'm trying to do. I can do it in voice mod, but I can't do it here, and I don't have voice mod installed, so we'll just have to wait for another time. It was worth a shot, though. Sorry about that, guys.
I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to?
Yeah, take a walk in nature.
refrain from doing any
Remind yourself the trees exist.
investigation?
That's not a bad idea.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Maybe go to a theme park. Roller coaster might be fun.
Or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their hands. Thank you. Do we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Yeah, let's have Lieutenant Gallagher back on the stand. Let's have Lieutenant Gallagher. $9.99 from Irrational Obsession. Real New York Police Detective Sergeant here. How you doing, New York Police Department? Serological evidence must be placed in paper versus plastic. Gallagher's actions were ad hoc unprofessional, but the fear of losing evidence in the storm might explain it. It explains part of it, and I'm not beyond explaining part of it. The fact that, though, apparently they didn't have any evidence collection kits or the ability to get them or anything is, yeah, I mean, ad hoc is a real problem, and sometimes you just have to make something up. So, but the fact that they didn't apparently have any kits even available at the police station, or they didn't have any jars or anything at the kit. So, like, yeah. And, yeah, I mean, so there are real world constraints, but there are only so many things that we can excuse away, right? This is one of the problems. It's like it's the same sort of issue if a police officer were interviewing a suspect. It's like, how many things do you explain away before you just become pretty sus? Like how many times can the suspect successfully say, no, it's not really this, it's this, and you're like, oh, okay. But how many times can they do that before you're like, you know what, maybe I'm still sus anyway. Yeah, it's like, so it's not necessarily the solo cups in isolation that's necessarily the problem. Although it's a problem, it's not necessarily the problem. The problem is more the pile of stupid, but I appreciate your super chat in any event. And I'm glad that you're here, New York Police Detective. And if you'd like to join me on the stream, maybe we could have you on. That'd be fun. We can have all the cops and they can just comment about their thoughts about the thing. It'll be good times had by all. He said they were at PD. Actually, more precisely, he didn't. He said that they had Q-tips that had a jar for them. So they had Q-tips, but they didn't have like standard evidence collection like jars, like for just scooping up like random liquid. So if they had the stuff for like Q-tips, which wouldn't really work in this application. What they really needed was like specimen jars, but they didn't have anything like that. So they had Q-tips, although they were only available behind the locked door. And they didn't have the like specimen jars at all. But yeah, pressing on.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area,
square feet, okay, fair enough. But
approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen, yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat?
No, sir.
Black
no.
in color, baseball style hat?
No hat, no, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe?
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir, not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, when you were in the house, this is the second time you're at the location, so you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Was that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Mr. Gallagher. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, you didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not, no, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not, no.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not, no.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir.
You
No,
didn't look around the garage?
no.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described, standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
At that time?
so Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house?
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we, shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge that the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely not.
It did factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise,
He's a very good detective, yes.
and you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, A-R-L-O.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Briefly.
Ring has been a dick to me personally recently. I have broken equipment that they will not fix.
Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph?
They give me a valid warranty claim and then they won't actually replace it. Ring
It is marked
sucks.
for ID, and Mr. Gallagher,
I
if
hate
you could
them
read
right
that
now.
for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Let me, it is S? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera and the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage from that
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish, actually, I'd like to mark this as evidence, next in order.
Okay?
I may approach.
Yes.
653.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention, and by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which
Yes.
I'm highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Gallagher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek, and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera?
I did not.
From Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Gallagher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay. So,
Yes, I've seen it.
So you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's overwritten.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about, I don't have Arlo cameras, so I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't-
system. But
Okay.
I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have blank, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera? You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Gallagher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have
He's
you known
very special.
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Sure.
that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were
So
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that
Yeah.
be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the sally port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the sally port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the sally port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down?
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the sally port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the sally port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the sally port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the sally port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the sally port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the sally port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the sally port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the sally port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Maybe even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
appreciate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
as well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Where is Chloe? Where is Chloe? I still want proof of life. I demand proof of life. Call Chloe to the stand. Bark once for yes, twice for no.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes,
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Stuff. Stuff and things.
Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th, or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken, the photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not, you had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was a
When
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why.
Well,
it's
that's not
our
quite right.
investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something,
I mean, that's not quite right. It wasn't the moment he died. I don't think that's quite right. And even if it was right, the fact that no one took a photograph of the car when it was being towed is beyond me. And beyond everyone, including the tow truck driver, incidentally, for his own liability. right, to take photos of the car to show its state when it's being towed. Isn't that pretty standard? Do these people not have phones on them?
Thing as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
No one whipped out their camera. No one took a photo of the body when it was laying on the ground,
You would
which
agree
is
with
also amazing. No one took a photograph of the body at the scene before it was moved. I mean, it's just so many things. It's hard to know where to start with the stupid.
as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, like a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
And it can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done, yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium
Yes.
that I just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree.
Well, not absolutely. I mean, you might not leave DNA behind. It's not a guarantee. But okay.
that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints, yes.
Better in what respect?
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could.
Better in what respect? I'm sure there's circumstances in which fingerprints would be better than DNA. I mean, I can think of one off the top of my head. I mean, fingerprints suggest that you were physically there. DNA, maybe less so, especially with transfer DNA. It would be a little bit hard to leave a fingerprint behind if you weren't physically there. But at least hypothetically, you might be able to leave DNA behind without being physically there due to transfer DNA. How about that? How's that for one? Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Gallagher,
set.
do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to the Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
Your Honor.
Okay?
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us, to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You think
paper
it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture, in the pictures, but it's a white object, yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing, that's fine.
Yes.
All right, and do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire, yes.
Okay, and that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet.
The much ballyhooed Stop and Shop bag.
Take a look at the next photograph.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's see that beautiful Stop and Shop bag
Exhibit
action.
56 for the record.
Show me. Show me. I know what it is. Show it to me. Show me. Show me. Yep, there it is.
What's depicted
This
inside the
this
bag?
this you gotta love, man. This you gotta love. We just got our snow samples in the red solo cups. The solo cups themselves are not covered, and they're just in a used brown grocery store bag that is not sealed. The cups aren't sealed. The bag isn't sealed. They're left open in a used bag, and the red solo cups. The evidence collection techniques in this case is super duper real, man. Super duper real. We couldn't find some Tupperware or something, or maybe some Ziploc bags. We couldn't do anything like that. Unsealed, uncovered solo cups in the uncovered bag. No tape, no nothing. This is great, man. This is great. I love it. Let's go.
The red solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph.
Show me. Show me that photograph. Yep.
This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? Or the taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday you brought a
Well-
box in. You remember that?
Yes,
Was
That
there
box had
tape applied?
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it or who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with
Pre-printed, yes, correct,
and it may have a place for initials to be.
correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because if someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through, it has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct,
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
That would be helpful.
yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity
Yep.
over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct,
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
correct,
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
correct.
Yeah. Plus it was a used bag from God knows where.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no
Nope.
cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing.
Some saran wrap would have.
Correct?
Some saran wrap might have
So they
gone
were
nice.
open?
Saran wrap could have been good.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were, yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
Yeah.
You will agree
Yeah.
that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. There was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for
Oh no, there he
cross-contamination.
is. I'm
wouldn't
sorry.
you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't.
There he is.
Well,
There's the man.
Generally speaking,
In the building, in the
there were
building.
other
How are you,
people there
man?
that weren't
I'm doing
trained,
good. How are you?
right?
There
I'm
was
just
a
trying to figure
photographer who
out
took the
how these
pictures.
people pass Law and Order 101.
Correct.
Yeah, no joke.
I know
The
these
cups
things.
weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
Criminalist is crazy.
My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time, you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area.
I can't help noticing your bright green mic cover. Are you biting my style with colored mic covers?
No, I've had this for some time.
Okay.
I got this from Doc Rocks.
Just checking. Just everyone,
no.
everyone cribbing my style, man.
Oh no, I like it, man. Now I'll go get a hat and we can be like, people won't know who's who.
That'd be fine too, man.
Give me
Why
a
don't you
second.
introduce yourself real quick to the chat?
Shout out to y'all. My name is Jason from Dear Woke Christian. I am a pre-K law student. And what that means is basically I know nothing. I've watched Law and Order and Suits. And I like talking about law. I like talking about these kind of
Law and Order isn't half bad. Suits, no.
Come on, Harvey Specter, man. Come on. You
No.
don't you don't like Harvey?
No, that show is a disaster area in every way.
There's
Law and Order, you can actually learn something from. Suits
That's
is
fair.
it's just a disaster area.
Really? Come on, man. We might have to have a talk offline about that.
All right, fair
Come
enough.
on, man. We
All right.
might. Well, I do like talking about social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. Um, Uncivil Law has been kind enough to come over to my channel and give his insight and wisdom. So I'd come over here today to, I think, just add comedic flair because
That's really the value today.
I'm just trying to figure out. I knew how bad it was. I just didn't realize how bad it was. Like, did they ever say if the solo cups were sanitary themselves?
not.
Like, so they could have come out the recycle bin.
Yeah.
They could have.
Who knows? Could have had shots and tequila in them earlier that day. Who knows, man?
Well, at least they didn't. At least they didn't brand it. Like, well, we had some Starbucks cups that we pulled out of the garbage can because there's a lot of them in my garbage. Like, if you went in my recycle bin, there's a lot of Starbucks cups and Zaxby's cups because my kids like going to Zaxby's. But anyway,
Fair enough.
this is crazy.
Oh, the craziness has levels. Did you watch Trial 1?
I watched the bits of it. I didn't watch the
Okay.
whole thing, so I know the craziness ratchets up and the Stop and Shop bag is going crazy, but the leaf blower, there's just so much that just doesn't make sense. Like, I'm sorry, they wouldn't do this on Suits, though. They wouldn't have done this on Suits.
This would not be done on Suits. Suits does have that going for it. That's true.
See, I told you, see, Suits, you can learn something from Suits.
Sure. Let's go with that.
They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grab that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes,
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
you did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
I don't get that.
Hypothetically,
Thank you,
we
Honor.
could be competent.
Well, that's
Hypothetically, we could be good police officers.
Let me ask. Let me clarify what I don't understand. I'm not understanding why he's harping about being near the right rear quarter of the car. What about just being out in the open in general? Like, why is it? What's so big about the right rear quarter of the car versus just having these red unsanitary solo cups full of sensitive materials just sitting out open? Why does it have to be the car part? That's the part I didn't get.
Well, I mean, there's two separate issues. I mean, the right rear quarter, the solo cups, you know, and their evidence and their collection and their things is one issue unto itself, of course. The right rear quarter of the car is, you know, where the taillight piece is missing. So them being near that area suggests access to that area, which could be a lot of things. It could potentially lead to potential cross-contamination because, you know, you have shattered, you know, glass that could still be falling off the car or other things falling off the car into the unprotected, uncovered cups. So, I mean, there's that issue.
Okay.
Then also, you know, you have issues just relating to the fact that you have access to that portion of the car, which, you know, gets into the more nefarious conspiracy-related aspects of it.
Gotcha.
So, and also, like, just keeping it on the floor of the Sally port,
Sally
it seems like a questionable place to open and look at it on the floor of this garage, as opposed to, you know, in a lab somewhere. So many issues abound.
Okay. No, I'm with you. Okay. Carry on.
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was Were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area, or did it change over time?
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything,
Uh-oh. What happened?
activated
There it goes.
cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street, and the batteries would die, and and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes.
Is that a road, is that a public road?
Well, wait a second.
Yeah,
Yeah, even if it didn't, if it could see the street at all, then you might be able to see cars coming and going because it would have a timestamp on it, right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, if you could see the road at all, you could see exactly when cars came and left. So that'd be valuable.
Right. And it seems like we're not talking about a situation where it seems like they're trying to do away with evidence or potential evidence without even doing some due diligence. Like, for example, we're not talking about a kindergartner. A kindergartner would not be responsible for driving a car. So, of course, you wouldn't ask a kindergartner about a car accident. But in this situation, as you just pointed out, if the camera could have got the street and you saw cars
Yeah.
go by, then that would be that could, even though it might be just a minuscule, hey, we were able to substantiate the timestamp, or we're able to corroborate
Right?
when you pulled out the leaf blower or whatever, or the solo cups. You didn't put them out in the recycle bin.
You'd
We
see,
could at
you'd be
least
able to see what
corroborate
time
that.
the snowplow went by.
Right.
You'd be able to see what time the Lexus went by. You'd be able to see, if you can see it all, you can
And then-
you can confirm what time these things happened.
And then he determined that, oh, well, the person didn't have the camera facing out on the street because it would have ran the battery down. How did you determine? I might have a whole bunch of batteries. It might be hardwired to the electric in the house. How did you determine that I didn't have my camera aiming that way because it would run the battery down? Who gives you?
Yeah.
You just want to be incompetent.
Yeah, I mean, seems like a viable line of inquiry. Maybe
Right.
it doesn't go anywhere, but seems like worthy of asking.
Right. Because you wouldn't be looking like this if you had said, yes, I did look. The guy said his camera was facing the other way, or he was trying to save battery, or whatever. At least you ask, which seems to be the problem. Okay,
It's
go
a
ahead.
public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No.
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Can't Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us, I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
which is more damning to my mind.
across a
Right.
witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight.
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was.
All right, what we got?
Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John...
I find it mildly hilarious that their high-vis jacket has the American flag on the sleeve. It's like, I don't need America branding right now.
Right,
It's like, well, America's better than this. I
Right,
need-
definitely don't need that branding. I agree.
Yeah.
Wow.
O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a
prints is
search
crazy.
warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please.
Are we doing a sidebar?
It was nap time.
Well, fortunately, we're a little behind, so we get to skip that sidebar. That's nice.
Obtained search warrants before.
yes,
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes,
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
no, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No,
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
no, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
Why'd you not?
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape? your
You sure
job?
did.
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want, it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
Did they see anything?
They were saving battery.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis and the Sallyport.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sallyport?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
Why not?
There you go.
Why didn't you?
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sallyport.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No,
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
no, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is to
Did
I mean,
you
as
see
careful as you can handle
anything
them.
that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Hypothetically.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
Okay.
Got faith in them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have faith in them?
Box for identification that had
I'm not so sure, ma'am.
that into evidence.
He said he's been trained. I've been trained too. I told you.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson, any objection to? Okay.
I read the Hardy Boy books. I'm better trained than this.
Yeah, you're probably a better detective. That's true. Bring those back, man. Those are good.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No,
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
no.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further.
Didn't try to figure that out? That sounds like something a detective would do. Too bad we don't have one.
Now we have a
You indicated that you
frat
were
boy with the red solo cup.
spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct,
Trying to figure out what happened.
correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct,
You
yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes,
You have to look deeper,
yes,
ask more questions,
absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
Uh-huh. Is it though?
You don't rule out anything or anyone
There you go.
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is
Except-
ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct, yes.
You follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not, no.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the
What watch
conversation
is he wearing? That's
precipitously?
what I
Did he
wanna know
end it
right now.
early or anything like that?
Oh, you're the
You
watch
didn't end
expert.
You
Yeah.
didn't end any
We do
interview
watch
because you wanted an
reviews
interview,
too
correct?
on
That
channel.
is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At
I mean,
34th.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
At 34 Fairview.
Good
after
catch.
midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
And you were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
There's no way this is
While
supposed
you
to
were
be serious.
spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that
Spitballing
we've
is
talked about,
crazy.
the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and
I don't
there's
know
been no
about
reason
that.
since.
Oh, wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Isn't a guy almost frozen to death in your front yard
Yeah.
enough reason to maybe possibly look inside the house?
Yeah, on the last time we did this trial, the lawyers collectively were having a fun discussion about whether or not there would be probable cause to get into the house. We had a couple answers to that. First of all, we're a little bit dubious on that, but we think as a matter of practical reality, the judge would probably sign off on it. And even if they wouldn't, you could still ask. You can always ask, do you mind if I look around?
Right.
I mean, so it doesn't really work. So is it sufficient for a search warrant? Probably technically no. Would a judge sign off on it? Probably yes. Can you ask anyway? Yes. So the whole thing is a little dubious.
So when you and I, we're police officers, we find somebody half frozen in somebody's front yard.
Yeah.
We walk up and say, "Hey, Jim Bob. Hey, Sally Jane. We'd like to know a little bit more about how this guy ended up in your front yard. Do you mind if we come in?
Yeah, that sounds like seems like something you would do. Yeah.
Okay, so that is reasonable to say.
Sure.
We
Yeah.
just come
You
in
can
and-
always ask.
Right. It's cold outside. We want to step inside and just talk
Yeah.
about. Hey, by the way, we see these drag marks right here on the floor. You know what's going on? Where's the rug? That area rug that used to be right here. What happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Exciting, yes, and fun.
This is wild.
Got on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern? To go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You could ask.
It's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house?
Is that not good
might
enough
be a
reason?
reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
No, really?
Right outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details.
Yeah, and as pointed out in chat, the fact that it's a cop dead is probably going to, as a practical matter, change the probabilities of the judge signing off on that warrant. So is it
Very good point, yeah.
is it legally sufficient? Probably not. Would a judge sign off on a normal case? I think there's a pretty decent chance. A cop is dead. Yeah, I think the odds of the judge signing off on that warrant are going up with every passing moment.
Yeah. We found a fellow police officer half frozen with one shoe on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think we can get
Yeah.
this? Think we can get this warrant, Judge?
Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Uncivil judge. Here we go. I like that. Uncivil judge.
Yeah.
The fact is,
I'll tell you what, if I become a judge, that's going to be interesting because sometimes I think, like, as a judge, I would be mean. And different judges care about different things. So, like, yesterday I was getting so frustrated with Jackson with asked and answered. I was like, I want to come off the bench and I want to beat him to death because, like, you've just asked the same question over and over. I'm like, sit your ass down. Your cross is over. But we care about different things. So what can you do?
Well, now we know who your cartoon character would be. You would be Judge Uncivil, kind of like Judge Dredd. Okay, I'm gonna need you not to come off the bench and pummel somebody to death, though.
It may involve pummeling. It may involve
Don't do
pummeling.
that. We're gonna ask you not to do that, Judge.
Okay. All
Don't
right.
do that. Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is, you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never
He's
searched the
proud of it.
basement.
That's correct.
He's
The
proud
fact
of
is, you
that.
never searched the garage.
That's correct.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Yeah.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Exhibit 58. All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, if it were a cop dead on the lawn of a normal person, you would imagine when the police are asking, do you mind if I look inside? That the nature of how they ask that question might be asked with a little, what would you say, aggression?
Right.
A little fire, a little brimstone, a little like one of our fellow officers dead. Are you sure you don't want to consent right about now?
Right.
A little heavy lean maybe.
Or the wait, do I hear somebody calling for help? I hear somebody calling for help. We gotta
Yeah,
go.
oh, I hear a baby inside. Yeah, the ubiquitous. Yeah, exactly.
I saw that
so.
on Law and Order.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah,
I
see,
saw
there
that.
you go. Exigency. Yeah.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play clip 18.
Clip 18. What does clip 18 have to share with us? Is it full of glory?
Thank you.
It's gory glory. There'll be snow in it. I'm guaranteeing. Oh, what's up?
May we approach?
Here it comes. Say it.
Saba. Are we back? Are we all the way back to live? All right, we've caught up completely on stream. All right, see, it's not so bad. We fall behind and then we catch up during these wonderful breaks.
Interesting. All right. So, catching up on this, I do feel like I feel bad because it doesn't seem like this was well executed at all.
No, the evidentiary problems in this case
That's
are
right, yes.
a lot. It's a lot. And there's only so many things that you can explain away. So like I'm willing to give everyone some grace, because there's a human element and there are human factors.
For sure.
But it's like there's only so much I can give you, particularly when you're the government, because you have the burden. So to the extent I'm willing to give you some largesse, the largesse is going to be less than I'll give the defense because it's your obligation not to fuck this up.
Okay. With that being the case, so to me, the YSL trial, the big shining moment of the YSL trial was Kenneth Copeland, Little Woody. He was just he stole the show. To me, it seemed like this one is the evidence and the lack thereof and the poor handling and the leaf blower and other weird stuff.
Yep.
Seems to be the
Lack of evidence logs.
right? The proverbial Little
Yeah.
Woody of this case is just like, wait, why are we here? Like, it doesn't make sense. Because, wow. Even I
Yeah.
know this stuff.
No, the evidentiary problems are real. We got the solo cups, leaf blowers, rakes. We got
Stop
the
and
fact that evidence is floating around in someone's trunk for a month. We got transfers to people without logs. We got testing without logs, without control procedures. The medical examiner can't even determine it's a homicide. We got people seemingly leaning on the medical examiner, which is, super fun. We got evidentiary problems out the ass. And then, of course, the biggest problem of the all is the physics, as brought to our friends from ARCA. It's like, yeah, how does a 7,000-pound SUV hit a guy at 25 miles an hour with enough force to disable him, but not enough force to cause torn ligaments or broken bones or even so much as a bruise? How does that happen? Anyone got any thoughts on that one? Because that one continues to befuddle me.
I usually try to give the benefit and try to come up with some way, but I can't
Yeah.
understand. I don't.
It's like you can't really have it both ways. I mean, it's possible that a 7,000-pound car could hit a person in such a way that like it wouldn't create a disabling force. I mean, based on maybe the angle, if it's enough of an angle, maybe it doesn't even really, you don't even notice, depending on how it hits you. But it's a little bit hard to simultaneously have it be enough force that it causes you to project through the air because there are no drag marks on the snow, right? So this causes him to fly apparently 15 to 30 feet through the air and then land on the ground hard enough that it creates disabling blow. So it has to be hard enough to do that, but also not so hard that the failure to leave behind bruise marks makes sense. See, it's like you can't really have it both ways at the same time. It doesn't really make sense.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out something.
And then of course, the fact we found no taillight pieces during the first or second searches, none at all. Right, the taillight pieces supposedly cause these deep striation marks in his skin, but there's no DNA on any of the pieces. Right? The homeowners never found any of the pieces as they're going to and from their property, presumably every single day. The police just randomly find pieces, as they drop by for, just reasons.
All right.
Then we've got, of course, flipped camera angles. We've got missing segments of video. We've got ghostly presences appearing on the camera at the Sally Port. We got people just apparating out of nowhere and just appearing on the thing and then disappearing. They just apparate, which is a nice trick.
All right.
We have no photographs of the car at the crime scene. No one took it, even including the tow truck driver. Took no pictures of it. So the evidentiary problems, and it's like, dude, like the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. Lest I have to remind everyone, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. I have several doubts based on reason. I feel like all these things I just mentioned are doubts, and I feel like they're all based on reason. So it's like for me, I'm like job over because I've gotten to the end of the page. What more do you want from me? I don't know whether or not Karen Reed did it. I don't know whether or not someone else did it. I don't know if it's a frame job. All I really know and all I have to really know is that the Commonwealth hasn't proved each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and they can't. So go away.
I agree 100%. Let me ask you a couple quick questions because I was doing the calculations because you were talking about throwing them in. How much did John O'Keefe allegedly weigh? Does anybody know?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
So I just asked my office assistant how much force would be needed to jettison a 250-pound man.
Sure.
15 feet. If I was using a 7,000-pound SUV.
Yep.
Now, next question, just real quick. He was allegedly hit in the driveway. Am I right? Or was it
No.
on the
Well, he would have been hit on the street or close to it. Yeah.
So they're alleging he was hit on the street. Okay. So it's saying that you would need to be driving at least 15.5 miles per hour to make that happen, to hit somebody to throw them 15 feet if they weigh 250 pounds. I just said 250 pounds.
Sure.
So of course it'd be a little bit less if we weighed less. My only problem is to the point that you're making here is that you don't see injuries consistent with that.
Right.
Like that you'd been hit by, because a car moving 15 miles per hour in a residential area, I hate to say it, that's moving pretty fast. It's moving
Especially in reverse.
in reverse, right? So
In the
that's-
snow.
in snow, that's
At
gonna be problematic.
night.
Late night, right? Not even like late night. That's going to be problematic.
Yeah, that's challenging.
And I hate to be like an expert at this, but I've had my vehicle towed a couple times this week. Anybody's been
This
following my
week?
channel? Yeah, we've had some. I don't know. Man.
What'd you do?
The Stormtrooper has got some problems. It's got a throttle body issue. It's a Nissan, and it's got that transmission where there's a sensor that will make your transmission not work.
Okay.
Transmission works fine. It's a sensor that'll mess your transmission up, and it's having this problem, and it's stranded me a couple times. And the reason I bring that up is because every single time AAA, shout out to AAA, they've come to pick my car up, the guy has taken meticulous pictures of my vehicle.
Yeah.
And it looks perfect. I mean, it looks well taken care of. There's no reason to think like, this
No, I
bumper's
mean, of
hanging
course
off.
he
He's
wants to
in-
document it because,
Right.
you're going to say, oh, that scratch was caused by you. And they're like, no, that scratch was there the whole time. Of course they're going to take the photograph of the
Right.
car to document its condition.
And this
No
is
matter what the car looks like, they're going to take the photographs.
Right. And this is
Yeah.
not a situation where the car was in an accident. It's not damaged. It's not a body laying, 15 feet away from me in the grass.
Right.
So, and they're taking pictures. You mean to tell me y'all didn't think about taking pictures in this
Quick
situation?
snap, quick snappy snap.
Right. And one guy did it with his phone. I mean, I guess they have like a
Yeah, why
AAA
not?
phone. The other guy was using a tablet. But again, my point is, why are you not taking pictures?
Yeah.
That makes, to me, that does not make you look better. That does make you look way more incompetent than you probably realize by saying, "Oh yeah, we didn't take any pictures of an accident where a body is laying in the snow with one shoe on, almost frozen." I mean, the AAA guy takes more pictures of my car when he picked it up the other day. Like, then that's crazy.
I'm surprised they haven't been able to fix the sensor in the Nissan. They're usually pretty
well,
repairable.
It's at Nissan right now, so we will hopefully. I've been checking to see when it,
Shout out Nissan. I drive an Infiniti and I love my car, so I'm a fan.
I like it, man, but this right here is really making me look for my title.
Fair
I got
enough.
It's got me
Fair
looking for my
enough.
title. When I get it back,
I had an Audi that had nothing but problems with it. I bought an Audi S4 and I had so many problems with it. It was a lemon. It was a cursed car.
I hate to say it, but let me just say it like this. If my wife brings the title down and puts it right here on the desk and they call me and say, "Jason, your car's ready," I'm going straight to get it detailed and then sell it.
There you go. Get yourself a RAV4 or something.
I'm going back to Mazda. I'm going back to Team
Yeah,
Mazda.
that's cool. What do you get him?
Wife has a Mazda 5. My daughter has a Mazda 3. I like the Mazda 5. So the CX-5. So we might have two CX-5s.
CX-5 is cool.
Oh, yeah, I love
Respect.
it.
Respect.
Very nice cars.
I had a
but-
Mazda 3 and a Mazda Speed 3. I liked both cars.
Yeah. And so,
Which
but I
was a
also
fun
have-
story. Which was a fun story. I basically bought the Mazda 3 basically on an impulse buy, which was hilarious. And it was manual, and I didn't know how to drive manual. So the guy gave me like a
quick-
45-minute lesson in the parking
Yeah.
lot, and then I drove it home and drove it for the next year. So it worked out okay.
I love it.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this. Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Houston.
Y'all are kind of flat in Houston. We got a lot.
Yeah.
We got a lot of hills in Georgia, so I
I know it well. I grew up in South Carolina.
I don't see many manuals at all around here.
No.
I can drive it, but I probably would fail out because we have a lot of hills, even in my neighborhood. So
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it. I mean, I between the Mazda 3 and Mazda Speed, because I traded in the Mazda 3, I think after 6 months for the Mazda Speed 3, and then I owned it for a year, and then I got it into a accident. I repaired it, and then I sold it. I think for the Audi is what happened, if memory serves correctly. And then that was the cursed car, and I had nothing but problems with it. And I've owned my current car, which is a 2009 Infiniti FX35. I've owned that for quite a few years at this point, and I love it. I love the car so very, very much. It's still, I love the way it looks. I love the way it drives. It's great. I'm going to drive it till it dies. It's long since paid off. Free car is best car.
free cars are the best cars. Absolutely, free cars are great. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk cars one day. Maybe
We can
have you
talk
come over.
cars. We can talk watches. We can talk lots of things.
Oh yeah, you were asking about the lawyer's
Yeah.
watch. Are you
We
going to start like
haven't figured it out. It's a white dial. It's a white dial sporty watch. So someone in chat was thinking Daytona. I was thinking maybe it might be a white Omega Speedmaster, but I haven't gotten a clear enough look at the dial to tell for sure.
I think you should start an Instagram account, Lawyers on Time, and it's
Yeah,
just like
there you go.
lawyer timepieces.
Yeah, there you go.
I think you should do that. Oh, by the way, what's the status with your watch that you were
Thank you
putting
for
together at the
asking.
time?
Yeah, so I'm still looking to make my own watch. I did the first draft of it, or first try, and it was a fail. So I bought new components, and I'm still waiting for one thing to arrive. So when it arrives, we're going to try again. So I'm excited about it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you say, and not to turn this into a timepiece channel or anything like that, when you say it failed, what do you mean? What happened?
So I had problems putting on the second hand.
There we go. Okay.
And I basically wound up trying to put the hands on and off. I wound up destroying the hands themselves. I wound up basically marring the face of the watch and probably bent the movement, and trying to like put things back on. So I basically destroyed the components of the watch. So I bought new movements, bought new hands, and what I'm waiting for is I bought this tool. It's a little piece of plastic, but I bought this tool to help you put on the second hand because it just helps you put it in place a lot easier. So because the second hand is so small, you're trying to put this very, very small pin in this hole. I don't know how big this thing is, but it's fractions of a millimeter. It's very, very small.
I can
And my hands shake like crazy. So I need something to help me. It's like basically a little jig that holds it in place so that you don't have to like do it with your hands. So exciting.
I got you. All right. So you got somebody's getting a Rolex Daytona.
That's what some people in chat were saying, that they thought it was a Rolex Daytona. That's a reasonable
That's what they're
guess.
saying. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get a swatch. I'm just gonna go swatch.
Okay, that's fine. Swatches are kind of disposable, but they're fun. If you get the automatic movements, they're cool.
All right.
We do watch recommendations. I recently got this watch because I was lusting after the style. This is a homage to the Zen U1. This is a 45 millimeter dive watch.
Okay.
And so it's a big, fat, juicy boy, but that's an homage. So the real watch is like $3,000. This one was $120 for the same look. So
Man, come on, Spring. We know you got that money.
I don't have $3,000 watch money. I
You
don't.
got that money, Judge.
I
Civil,
don't.
uncivil.
I don't have that kind of money, no. But the watch I'm lusting after right now is the Nomos Neomatic in blue, 42 millimeter, $4,000. So that's the one I want. So we'll see what we can do.
I got you. All right, we're back here. What are these people?
Something's happening.
Something's going on. It's a side. What do you call it? Sidebar?
Sidebar.
There's a sidebar happening up in here.
Yeah.
I love
So
it.
we do watch recommendations over here. We do a lot of things. We're a cool channel.
I know you are. I know you are.
Please?
Where's the jury?
They're behind the camera, basically.
Okay, cool. All right.
You like the CX-5 or the 7 or the 9?
I actually like I like Mazdas altogether. I think their body styles are so well done that you can, if you just trick it out with some nice, well-tinted windows,
Yeah.
you can, like my daughter has a 12 and it looks fantastic. I'm like, man, why did I give you this car? My wife has a CX5 2016. It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Now I hate it because I just got the Stormtrooper, some nice blacked out wheels and rims, but it's gonna get sold. But so I like the 5. I don't like the 3 because I think I'm too big. I'm too big of a human to be in that
Yeah.
3. So I like the 5. They don't make the 7 and 9 anymore.
They don't?
They got a new naming system.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
CX30 and CX.
Oh yeah,
70 or
I hated
something?
it when Infinity did that. Infinity did that. They decide every single model should start with the letter Q. It's like, dude, why?
I like it a little bit, but they should have just moved up and just said, hey, the C, because basically they want to compete with the Highlander, the larger Toyota SUV. So they're trying to move up the classes. I'm like, why don't you just move the CX5 up and make the 7 the 5, the 7 to 9, and then make the 9 something bigger than that? You could have just did that and been fine. But needless to say, if I roll up tomorrow with a new vehicle or new to me vehicle,
If you
don't judge
do, please take some pictures. We'd love to see them.
oh no question about it. Okay, insert your OnlyFans joke here.
That's right. Yeah, OnlyFans are for the glory. The OnlyFans spins for me. It's the best OnlyFan content I've ever seen. She's a harlot. She's cheap and she's a harlot. She spins for everybody. But I can fix her. Having a love affair with Smoke Detector over here.
There you go. There you go.
Smoke Detector has a red stripe. I don't have a red stripe. I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can play that game.
So, why are they doing this now? Is this lunch or what is this? What
I don't know what's going on.
the sidebar?
You ask me questions like I know the answer. They're
Right.
they're just having conversations about things. Subaru is interesting.
Thank you.
I like Subarus in terms of their all-wheel drive. Subaru's all-wheel drive is great, but their styling leaves something to be desired. Like
Hold
I
on.
just the Forester is not doing it. Their larger one, which I forget what it's called, what's it called? Telluride or
Telluride.
something? Yeah, that's okay. The Outback, yeah, they just need to work on their styling.
I'm sorry.
Subaru styling, it needs help.
No, whoever said that, you're my people.
But the all-wheel drive system of Super is one of the best, if not the best. So if you live in cold and winter climates, the Super is fantastic.
Okay,
So-
there is we've been joking. You know, there's a joke about Subaru, so we don't. need to
Yes,
bring it
I'm
up.
well aware of the
We're
joke.
not
I
gonna
was
bring
trying
it
to
up.
avoid it.
Right, we're going to leave that alone. Okay, it's the Outback Wilderness Edition.
Ooh.
Let me tell you something. That thing in black,
Let's take
with
a
the
look.
body kit on it, it looks like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wait, hold on. Why don't you share? You can share a screen.
I can? Okay.
Yeah, you can share a screen with me.
Rowdy.
Share a screen with me.
All
We'll
right,
have talk while we're waiting. It's fine.
This
Or
thing right here.
we'll just. All right. Let's see what we got. Well, hold on. What's
Come
going
on,
on here?
y'all. Come on, people. People. Come on. Here, just so you can see the body kit on it. Let me make it white. Come on. That thing looks aggressive. Come on.
It's a little squat for my taste.
I'm okay with that. But this right here, let me tell you something. Come on. You feeling it? I'm riding up there to come get
I mean, if I wanted a wagon. then,
I
you
do
know.
have. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have like a love affair with like wagons and hatchbacks.
Yeah, fair.
That's why. Yeah, I do have. I really like those. I don't know why. I don't like sedans.
Oh no, I appreciate that. Sedans are not where it's at anymore.
Okay, so I'm telling you, I'm gonna pick this up, and then riding out to Houston.
If you wind up with a Subaru, then that'd be cool, man. You can make it work.
Caldwell moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Let's watch a beautiful bean footage.
All right, let's go.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thanks. That was very worthwhile. That was great.
That
Thank you.
He took her cup, her soda, with him.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
What is that?
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
What the fuck is this? Hold on. There's potentially like breaking news. What the fuck is this?
So in order it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all which were previously introduced.
What happened?
I'm working on it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Oh no.
You promise to swear the evidence you give to the court and jury, the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area. Working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis.
Wow.
That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather, Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists, past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
All right, I just have to clear this up for the sake of chat because I said that there might be some breaking news and it turned out that not. So I just want to let you know what was happening so that you guys know. Someone sent me a message saying that the prosecutor had been added to the Giglio-Brady list. This is unfortunately not true. The site that they gave me is just some sort of private organization. It's not an official government entity, and it's only referring to a referral that was made by somebody, presumably the organization themselves, to the bar. I mean, anyone can make a complaint to the bar, of relating to stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a thing, and it probably won't go anywhere. So, just to let you know that there was a suggestion that he had been found to have been a violation, and not so much no. So, sorry for the alarm, but I wanted to clear that up so that everyone knows what we were talking about behind the scenes. So, anyways, now that you know.
And now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
What type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com.
Nice.
And our clients depend on
snowandice.com.
very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety. It's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th, about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Snow?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline, and we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing. Either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that?
But it doesn't require it to be snowing? Is that what he said?
He said it doesn't require it to be snowing. I thought that was kind of weird too.
I need to hear that again. I'm sorry. Hold on.
The late morning, very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing. Either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
So if it's really foggy, because that would reduce visibility, and it's windy, if it's both foggy and windy, that's a blizzard?
No, I think he said it could be blowing snow. It doesn't have to be falling out the sky like fresh, but like let's say there's snow already on the ground, and there's just that's what I'm understanding. I'd never heard this before either, so I'm with you, but I'm trying to understand what he's saying. If snow is falling fresh, yes, that could be a blizzard. But if snow fell yesterday, was Monday, we had a big snowstorm yesterday, and today the wind is kicking up that snow that was in your front yard, my front yard.
So if recycled snow, the prior snow is still a blizzard.
Correct. That's what I'm understanding. But I am definitely not a meteorologist by any means. But that's just how I interpreted what he said.
Okay. All right. Noted. I guess I didn't know what a blizzard was, and I'm confused. But all right.
I'm gonna stick with blizzard as an ice cream over at Dairy Queen. I'm just gonna stick with that.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely, for Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look or actually We'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is the first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
I'm surprised he hasn't been consulting his notes.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you
I'm
may.
okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation.
How hard can it be?
Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Was it snowing? And also, how long to die in cold?
Well, he said it was snowing pretty bad, so it's going to make it hard to believe that she was driving as if it was a sunny day.
Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series, I believe, about a 6-page document. Do you recognize that?
That's going to be problematic,
Yes.
in my opinion.
More so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Now, he can get to how much it was snowing, I suppose, but if he wants to get to how hard the ground was at 34 Fairview, I'm going to take exception to that because he might be a very good meteorologist. I'll give him that. He can help us determine how much it was snowing at the scene in question with some sort of measure of certainty. I'll buy that. But if he wants to go to the next step of therefore the ground was this, I take exception, not for least the reasons that the ground at different parts is going to be fairly different. You know, even anyone who knows anything about farming knows that the ground can change fairly notably from one part of land to another part of the land at the same field. So you need to know more about the specific land to be able to take, well, given that, how much was it hard or not? You know, hard as a rock is not going to do it for me. So I don't know, man.
Well, he did say in the beginning, and I was wondering why he said it, that the first 2 days that were extremely cold. Remember he said that?
Sure.
They were really cold.
Sure.
So I didn't know if he was trying to set it up to say, therefore, the ground was probably super frozen. And I'm wondering if that's why they were asking how far is the observatory from the place that they found the man's body.
Mm-hmm.
So they could say, well, how difficult would it be for you to observe from this observatory that the ground was frozen 3 inches from the surface, 3 inches deep or something.
I take exception to that conclusion. It's like, because I need to know more about the specific land that was there.
I agree. I just was wondering if that's why they were asking certain questions.
Yeah.
Because I thought that this was going to come up, and lo and behold, it came up.
Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
It was snow.
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to
Bombogenesis? That's a new one.
28th, mostly.
I got a lot of questions.
The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued.
I think he made
into
that
the
one up.
29th.
I'm going to have to object.
Starting with that
Objection, sir. I need
snapshot
to,
of the
Your
evening
Honor, I need to see a
28th,
dictionary.
how much snow accumulated
Bombogenesis. Put that in the chat.
during the days of
Bombogenesis.
the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat. 0.2 of an
What was the
hour.
question again?
I don't know. I'm
Very
looking up
little.
bombogenesis. It's actually a
Enough
real
to
word.
track a cat
The 28th.
into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of.
What? What?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But I do have bombogenesis, though.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that
inch an hour.
by 3 and 4 a.m. we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase, more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more, so that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch 0.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns, the next-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 1/2 inch to 0.2 of an inch, and the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. Do that arithmetic.
Can we just take it as a given it was snowing, please?
23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22, excuse me, just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the
Oh,
snow
God.
accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach
All right,
the
what are we
stand, Your
doing now?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Because you can't understand visual. You can't
God.
understand snow accumulation.
All right, show us some pictures. Okay. What does snow look like? Okay, that should be good.
I've never seen it before.
Yeah. Near as anyone else in Massachusetts, that's why the police have never worked a scene in the snow. They've never seen it
Leaf
before.
blower. Leaf
Snow
blower.
is unknown.
Yes, we'll look at those.
I'm surprised they don't have to tell a jury what snow is because they've never heard the concept before.
I'm getting that you're not understanding and appreciating this
What do you recognize
uncivil.
those three things?
I object to that.
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending
Also,
this
what is
type
with
of
this
report,
tie?
as I said,
What are with these
3
little
days
circles on this
prior.
tie?
This was one of the last.
What
The
is that all
snowflakes.
about?
sent
The snowflakes.
As the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent.
I was wondering if that was what we were
by my
going for.
colleague, my partner,
Otherwise,
Bill
I don't
Dial,
understand
at
this
8
tie.
o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a
You're just not a man
detail
of fashion.
of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things. to
How do you
consider.
clean up snow?
So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed
they've never
6-hour
done it
time
before,
block
man. It's new.
series. And
New
of course, that
concepts.
begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just, you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out, my partner Bill Guile actually sent it.
Right.
And the last two sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about, the the data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I approach now?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Very interesting. I'm saying that as tongue in cheek as I can.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or
Really?
weather measurables?
What's the difference between a forecast and a report? Well, one's guessing as to what happened. One is a report as to what actually happened.
So your next move in life is to become a meteorologist.
Yeah.
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually
What?
is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the the forecasting document.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
And if you could, directing the jury...
Visit us on the web at snowandice.com, our user Apple and Android apps. Also, if you'd like to consult with your meteorologist, apparently there's a phone number on screen if you'd like to consult with a meteorologist. Oh, good times.
You can't be mad at him. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You gotta respect the game.
I guess, man, you know. I'm surprised there's not a coupon code while we're at it. Use coupon code hashtag Karen Reed for 20% off your subscription service. That'd be good. Get the grift going maximum, man.
From left to right, as far as
You
the
gotta
columns
respect
go,
it, though,
if you
man. You
could
gotta
walk
respect
the
the
jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these.
Please don't
6-hour
define
time
what a
periods.
heading is.
So the columns are.
Does it come at the head of the document?
In this case, today
Is that why it's
being
called a
Friday in
heading?
This forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature.
Grounds.
It's very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Illuminating.
Now,
Stunning and brave.
Mr.
Stunning
Gilman,
and
the
brave.
snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured?
Well, we put a ruler in the ground, and how deep the ruler goes tells us how much
At,
snow fell.
Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard.
Otherwise known as a ruler.
Members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers. You might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like a pavement would or a house
And it's
would.
just
Just
at
something
increments,
that would
right?
allow
Like
the
a ruler.
snowfall to
It's a big
accumulate
ruler.
in a natural way, and then
It's
that's
a
cleaned off
snowboard,
every 4
man.
hours.
Why are you
It's a
being a
bit-
hater?
those
He said a
amounts are added
snowboard.
throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885.
They use a ruler.
When you
Yeah,
come
great.
to
Moving on.
Logan Airport,
I mean,
you
you're
don't
not
have
lying.
an observer right there. There was back in the, before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's a very nearby to Logan Airport, and this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is, scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow.
Heavy snow is snow that's made from heavy water? No? It's something else?
I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Okay, just all right.
On civil judge, I'm
It can
pretty
be
sure it's
defined
not.
in two ways. Either by the reduction in visibility
I like my definition better.
or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than a quarter of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact.
Yeah, maybe we can conduct an experiment here on Uncivil Law. We'll do an experiment. We'll get some heavy water and we'll turn it into snow and see how that works. Anyone know where I can get some heavy water for an experiment? Asking for a friend. Good times.
A lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You know, you may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, you know, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say, it's whiteout conditions. You know, that's the way it's reported.
Okay.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in this storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of
Being
how
able to
far you
see.
can see
Right.
based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog,
Rain.
different types of precipitation,
Yeah.
smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there
That's
are
a good
different
start.
types.
It's a good start.
We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now.
Not with your own guesstimation, huh?
Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface, so it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
Of the surface.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically 2 ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect 1 inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area.
Oh, okay.
That each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th.
Yeah, I thought he was asked
That's
that.
a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect, and this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Yeah.
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen.
Yeah, this is the part where I think he sort of loses me in sort of his technical ability to answer this question, especially as it relates to 34 Fairview in particular. It's like the ground at 34 Fairview, how was it frozen? What exactly does that mean for the ground at 34 Fairview to be frozen? What exactly does that mean? in terms of hardness or anything else. I take some exception to that without some sort of soil samples or something to be able to. Yeah, I take exception to draw that conclusion. I think you're outside your lane a little bit.
Yeah, but I think they're wrong for asking him those questions, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
'cause
well, I mean, the defense objected to this expert for this reason, so it's not
Gotcha.
just me saying it. The
Right,
defense also said that the guy can't draw these conclusions, and the judge said, overruled as she does. But I'm with the defense that this is. You can testify about the temperature, you can testify about snowfall. I'll give you that, but what it meant for the ground at that location, I don't think you have the expertise. And even assuming you do, you didn't have the measurements of that ground at that location to be able to draw any conclusions from.
I agree.
So that's my exception. I wouldn't even so much mind if you talked about asphalt in general, because you could make the reasonable assumption that like asphalt is the same in the city, like any piece of street is the same as any other piece of street, and therefore you might be able to draw some conclusions about how street behaves. I'll go that far, but the particular land at that location, that's a bit much.
I concur 100%.
It's not necessarily the same as their neighbor's land.
Absolutely.
It can change a fair amount.
So, uncivil judge, I have got to get ready to bug out, but I want to say thank
All
you
right.
for.
Well, thank you for
letting me
joining me. It was a lot of fun.
Second side saddle. I'm dropping a contribution towards your new Swatch watch.
Okay.
But I do appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. It's always fun rap with you. Maybe we'll do this again real soon.
All right, man. Thanks for dropping by.
You got it, friend. Stay out
All
of
right.
trouble.
Talk to you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Let's resume with this thing. Great.
And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay.
All right. Mr.
I have
Gallagher?
cross-examination questions. My cross-examination questions mostly being, do you know anything about the ground at 34 Fairview? Because the answer is no. Yeah.
Yes.
Looking at your watch, you're bored? I'm bored.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence to expedite matters.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Oh, good. We're doing sidebar. Sidebar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is
I'm
we're in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir?
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could enlarge,
In big in.
not the whole thing, just the
In
chart
big in.
above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good, thank you. You see where we are, and Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting, and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm
But it wouldn't be that day. If it ends exactly at midnight, it wouldn't be that day. It'd be the previous day. So that's why it's not on the list. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Right, because if it ends at midnight, then midnight is the start of the new day. So it's not on the list. That's why 12 a.m. the other way around is on the list at the end of the day, because it's from 11 till 12. Okay, yeah, that's how time works. There's only one midnight. There's only 1 minute midnight every day. It's the very first thing that happens in the day is midnight. Okay, pressing on.
What I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward.
I can do the math in my head. 3 plus 3 is 6, plus 4 is 1,
when
plus
we
1,
get
plus
through
5
it.
is
So
1 and 5, plus
we
1 is
start at,
2, 5, plus 1,
midnight,
2
and
is
you mentioned
3, 7. I
the
can keep going.
concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right.
Point
so
1, not enough to track
but
a
but
cat.
fairly
Point 2
small
is the
amount,
minimum
correct?
for cat
I
tracking.
don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a
Yeah,
cat.
that's as small as amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily.
Apparently he really means that. Apparently he really means that point 2 is the smallest amount that you could track a cat. You cannot track a cat with 0.1 inches of snow on the ground. You need at least 0.2, bare minimum, to track a cat. Noted. Does it matter how heavy the cat is? Presumably not.
Necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation, so it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the...
What if it's a tiger? Or a lion? Those are technically cats. Do you still need at least 0.2 inches? I have clarifying questions. How about a cougar? How about a lynx? Bobcat?
accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and...
We're gonna see tigers only in Canton. Come to Canton, we got tigers. Forget Norway, Canton.
dry, fluffy snow that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. Not
Right,
unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say,
Like a
tracking
cat?
wouldn't
Yeah.
seem to work very well.
What if you're a
you've got,
squirrel?
Drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay? I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
That's
Total
2.5
yes.
times what you need to
And
track
that
a
could,
cat.
on the road, that could be less because
Wait
of,
a second. How does that work in terms of the multiplier? So if you need 0.2 to track a cat and you've got 0.5, that's 2.5 times what you need. Now, does that mean that you can track 2.5 times as much cat, 2.5 times more cats, 2.5 times the weight of 2.5 times less weight cats? How does the multiplier work in relation to the amount, number, weight, or qualities of the cat? Does it have any impact? Am I allowed to track more than one cat, or is it one cat only? How does tracking the cat in the snow work? I have snow tracking cat questions. I have follow-up questions. What if I have 2 cats? Can I only track one of them? How does this work?
of municipal pre-treatment, if they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to...
Maybe it's not a multiple. Maybe it's on a logarithmic scale. Yeah, maybe the 2.5 is misleading. It's not a linear relationship. Maybe it's logarithmic. Maybe I can track like 10 times as many cats. Ooh, fun questions had by Uncivil. Yeah, this is what you come for, advanced math questions. Good times.
I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m.
Those are between 1 and 2.
January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point,
Yes.
according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, It would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
Or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8.
Or equal to.
correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number.
You don't know.
At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8
Or equal
inches,
to.
correct?
You don't know. Or equal to.
Less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
okay.
right. Alrighty. So,
You don't know from that chart because the chart just tells you how much snow fell within the hour. It doesn't tell you when. So hypothetically, like if it says 0.3 inches fell by 2, that means 0.3 inches fell between 1 and 2. So hypothetically, all 3 of those inches could have fell at 101. And then it didn't snow for the rest of the hour. I mean, that'd be weird, but it would be mathematically correct because you don't know because the chart doesn't reflect it. See? So you don't know. I can tell you, I don't know. At some point between 1 and 2, 0.3 inches fell. When they fell, who knows? We don't know. So all you can say is that at 1:45, it was no greater than that. It was less than or equal to is as close as you're going to be able to get based on that chart. But that's fine. It's fine. We can move on.
and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8. That's right. Yes.
Another way to say it. So, in terms of
It's also 4/5 of an inch.
the time now, and this may
See what
get a
I did
little
there?
more
Reduce my
complicated,
fractions?
sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., so you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
Not really.
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch in
Not
your
enough to track a
measurement
cat.
business about the size of a thumbnail?
A thumbnail.
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right.
Okay. Nice.
And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, sir, I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch.
The question's impossible.
On a measurement scale, would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a
All right.
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again.
No more tracking.
The 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about Another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30
He doesn't know.
a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th, so we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m., so somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85
No,
inches?
no.
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m., and then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
Yeah.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., so we have 3/10 of an inch up to 2, and another 4/10 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
Yep, that's right.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
Inches.
that's right. I remember that from the chart. That's right. Okay. Where are we going with this?
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before, or
Yeah, the total starting at midnight,
starting at midnight?
right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
I think it was 3.7 or 3.9, if I remember correctly.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Good. So just to summarize the
What did he say? From 12 to 12? So we want to add in the 0.2, right? 0.2, 5, 0.8, 1.2, 1.7, 2.7, 3.9, 5.4, 6, 5, 8, 9, 5, 11, 12, 5. Okay, yep, that's right. Okay, yep, 12, 5. I agree. Great, moving on.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Plus the 0.2,
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
12, 5.
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good.
Uncivil math matches their math. Yay.
So, just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
I'm not sure why it's particularly relevant anytime after the body left, and especially after they began trying to evacuate the scene, but yes, that's mathematically correct. I hope all our European friends are enjoying all these funny measurements from their Yank friends. Lol. What is that in centimeters? Well, it multiplied by 2.5, it would give you centimeters, so 12 and a half times 2.5 is, oh my God, 25 plus a half again is 6 1/4 is 31.5 centimeters, if I did the math correctly in my head. How'd I do? Did I do okay? Yeah, I think that's right.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
Yeah.
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time.
More snow make it harder to see.
Right.
Yeah.
So the intensity
Much like
or amount
rain.
over time. How
More
would you
rain make it harder to
describe
see.
Visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m. That 1 hour.
Well,
period.
it was
How would
pretty
you describe
dark, which
visibility?
hurts with visibility, so that's a big
I
factor.
really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
okay? Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1 1/4 miles. That means that anything that was more than 1 1/4 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall.
Thank you for clarifying
be
what
able to see
visibility of
And
1.2
what does it
miles
mean
means.
If it were,
That's
the
very
visibility
helpful.
was less than 1.2.
Well, it would mean that's how far you could see.
And as the visibility lowers, you can,
This question feels beneath me. This question's beneath me. What does a visibility of 1.2 miles mean? Well, that means how far you can see. What if the number was less? You'd be able to see less. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see.
Uh-huh.
And the visibility is 1.25 miles.
Really? Seriously? I mean, I guess we have to spell this out for the jury. Okay, the visibility is 1.2 miles. You want to see an object that's 30 feet away. Can you see the object? Yeah. At least the snow is not the thing that's preventing you from seeing it. That's, yeah. Yeah, 30 feet is less than 1.2 miles. Yeah. It's roughly, what would that be? It's roughly 0.5% of that. 30 feet is roughly 1/2 of 1% of 1.2 miles. Thank you for coming to my math conversion talk. Yeah. Yeah, it's 1/2 of 1%. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. So yeah, it's fine.
Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good for 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
You can see 30 feet if you can see 1.2 miles. You can see 30 feet. If you can see 1.2 miles, you can see 30 feet.
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you.
30 is less than 1.2
term
miles.
like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get
I mean,
below 3
fog
miles, we
basically
call it
presents
fog.
the exact same problem as
dense
rain
fog.
or snow in this
So
context.
anything below
Whatever the
when
limit
you
is
reduce
the
visibility
limit,
by
right? You
fog,
can see
haze,
no
snow
further.
below
That's the
3
limit.
miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
It's good if you want to see 30 feet away. It's very good if you want to see 30 feet away. It's extremely good for that.
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is.
And again, just again, if I could explain for the jury.
Oh, my
A
God.
lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think
If you're a
about what
pilot,
needs to
1.2
go
miles
through,
probably isn't
that's
ideal.
where these terms come from.
You might be
understand, sir,
traveling
but
500 miles an
you,
hour. If you can only
are
see
in the weather
1.2 miles,
forecasting business,
that's not so
correct?
great if
I
you're
sure am,
traveling
yes.
500 miles an
And
hour.
You,
Thank you for coming
and
to my TED
weathercasters,
Talk.
We all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person, is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots.
If I'm traveling 500 miles an hour and I can only see 1 mile, well, I'm going to cover that distance in 1/500th of an hour. So, you know, there's 3,600 seconds in an hour. So 1/500th is, let's see, that would be that's 3,600 divided by 500. So that's about 7 seconds. Yeah, a little bit more. It's like seven seconds and change. So yeah, if I'm traveling 500 miles an hour and I can only see 1.2 miles, I've got 7 seconds of reaction time. Did I do my math correct? Hopefully. Thank you for coming to my mathematics lecture. This is fun. You say 10? I was close. I was in the ballpark.
I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir. I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept.
Yeah, seven's
for the rest
closer.
of us in the world who drive.
Seven's
and walk,
closer.
correct?
It's-
Isn't it useful
it's
for
7
that?
and a
Absolutely. I'm
fraction.
trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different
Oh,
way.
let's not bring knots into this.
Visibility.
Oh, Dark Claude wants to bring knots into this. Let's not bring nautical miles into this. Yeah, what kind of mile? Let's not start with this. What kind of mile? Do we mean a statutory mile? Do we mean a nautical mile? There's also aren't there 4 different kinds of miles? And I don't even know what they are. The statutory mile, there's a nautical mile. There's 4 different kinds of miles. Let's not delve into what kind of miles we're measuring in, man. This is hard enough as it is, okay? Let's just move on.
is a concept.
I think there's
that
a
he-
survey mile. The survey mile is different than a statutory mile. It's different than a nautical mile, and I think there's a fourth option. There's a fourth option in addition to these three. Let's move on.
used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of
Imperial mile, that sounds right. Yeah, I buy that because an imperial gallon is different than an American gallon. So an imperial mile is different than an American mile. Yeah, I buy that as imperial being a different measure. Goddamn Brits.
temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a
While
major
we're at it,
impact
let's bring
on
stone into this.
our
How many
military in
stone
terms of
does the
what type of
snow
gear they
weigh?
needed, in
Let's
addition to how low the
let's
temperature
throw in a
was.
third measurement unit while we're at it.
So
That'll be
it's
good.
A measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15, is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those three locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was
wind
in the
speed?
report, yep.
Yep. And what was the wind speed?
The-
Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder, so that
Then
air,
if you want to convert the miles to hour to kilometers, you need to multiply by about 5/3. So let's see, 30 miles an hour divided by 3 would be 10, then it'd be 50 kilometers an hour. I'm here to help. Close enough. 30 miles an hour is about 50 kilometers an hour. Yeah.
that
I know these conversions, and I know these conversions. I can do some basic math. I'm smart-ish. Lord.
20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no?
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate,
Based on the 29 temperature?
based on the 29.
No,
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
again, depending on the wind, if you look.
Yeah, yeah. 0.262 miles to a kilometer. That's what I said. Yeah, 3/5 or 5/3 if you're going the other way. Yeah, I know these units. Yeah, 0.62. Yeah, 3/5 or 0.5. Yeah, I know these things. I don't Google me. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Yeah, if you want kilometers, you multiply by 5/3. If you want miles, you divide by 3/5, or yeah, multiply by 3/5, as it were. I know these units. I'm a smart on civil. I know the conversions in my head. I'm good. Googling me.
5 miles an hour. It wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right, and if we could please have the chart.
It was cold.
Published back up, please.
Oh,
You can
God.
keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8?
I still would like to redefine the meter, though. If we're making a pitch, for scientific measurements, I'd like to redefine the meter so that we can get the speed of light to be really nice, because it's 2.99 something. I'd like it to be an even 3. So I need to redefine the meter in order to make that happen. So I need the meter. I need to redefine the meter. So can we talk to the international system of units or something, so we can redefine the meter, so we can make the speed of light a really nice clean number? I would appreciate that. Let's do that. Let's redefine the meter. Wouldn't be the first time, incidentally, by the way, we've redefined the meter. We just need to change it a little bit, guys. Just a little tiny bit, so that the speed of light will be a nice even number.
Is that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then, importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
I mean, the meter was originally just a fraction of the estimated circumference of the Earth, right? At the prime meridian, right? 1/25,000th of the distance around at the circumference of the Earth at the prime meridian, wasn't it?
Thank you
So
for
it's like,
answering my question,
let's
Mr.
just
Gilman.
we're just making shit up anyway.
Anything else, Mr. Lally?
We're just making shit up.
Okay.
It's a completely arbitrary thing. It could be anything we want to be.
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 0.3 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace, a zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track-a-cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track-a-cat stage that there's the least amount of snow.
I continue to take strong objection to track a cat stage. We're trying to make this, he's an expert witness. We're actually trying to make track a cat a term of art. I object. I'm not familiar with that measurement unit, and we already have enough measurement units into this. We don't need to create a new measurement unit. Okay, I don't need a new system of measurements. I've already got enough system of measurements as it is. I don't need to add in track a cat. Okay, no, we're not letting that happen. No.
Between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as quickly as it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
The light.
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person.
The time of
anything
day.
Other than weather, and there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall.
A black hole.
Including fog.
The
So
black hole that
darkness as far
suddenly
as
formed
nightfall
at 34
versus daytime,
Fairview.
that would have a negative
That, I
impact.
think that explains a lot of things. It was a sudden formation of a dark matter black hole at 34 Fairview. I think that explains a lot of things. It explains why people couldn't see the body. It explains why the body suddenly jerked. You know, it wasn't the force of the car. It was the unexpected sudden formation of the dark matter black hole that caused the body to fly. It's why they couldn't see the body. It's why it explains so many things. It explains so many things. Yeah.
Impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything.
That'd be helpful.
That's really all I could say.
Lighting helps with the seeing. This is true.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear.
It also, by the way, explains like why in certain images the taillight appears to be a certain color or not, right? It wasn't that the plastic of the taillight was missing. No. It wasn't the plastic of the taillight was missing. No. Sudden black hole created just in between the camera lens and the point source caused the light to shift, to do Doppler shift. That's what it is. Sudden, unexpected black holes just appearing and disappearing on the evening in question explains so many things. Yeah.
Prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set, sir.
Yay.
Thank you.
I'm glad that guy's done. That was exciting and stupid.
Do you have any the marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Again, if you need to stand at any
All right, who are you and why are you here to talk to us about?
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction
Who's
report
this
is.
guy?
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull out via Silver.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that
Is this Ryan?
witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please, again, introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
I'm Trooper Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's
right, got it.
phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January
There we go.
2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll be right back, guys.
And your document, do you
Talk
recognize
amongst
that
yourselves.
document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, "Can you send me Carrie's number?"
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. In terms of that reading of the document, you just have to check on that piece. Sorry.
No problem.
Yes.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, it's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Did you miss me?
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 67.
Okay, Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Woo, 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 woo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Exhibit 68. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Guarino take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
PowerPoint is the devil. I hate PowerPoint.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
There
Please.
should be a law against PowerPoint.
So these are the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Guarino, let me stop you there for a second. did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi PatsFam 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's two, PatsFam 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or a 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
Oh, God. Okay.
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
Enthralling.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th, I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield, the kids are home alone, 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
Aggressive.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38.
I mean, that certainly like suggests a jealousy motive, right? I mean, if you throw that in with the, Aruba stuff, and like it suggests jealousy as a potential motive. So, I mean, that's why they're bringing it in, right? She believes this guy is cheating on him. She believes this guy is, whatever, and she drove her car back in anger and, hit him and killed him, and there's your motive. So, yeah, okay, fair enough.
a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to see 34 beautiful kidnapped with a handcuff notice now.
I'm not really enjoying windshield wiping ASMR, I have to be honest. This is not doing very much for me.
We have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the luncheon recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute luncheon recess.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye indeed. See if there's any sort of post event here. As we're waiting. Yeah, just remember, we can look up the definition of murder because we have to like keep in track what the definition of murder here is. Because not that I think that she's guilty, but it's important to keep, legally minded about what exactly we're talking about. So let me pull up the definition of murder real fast. And we can pull that up here. So Massachusetts, right? In second degree. Okay. That is not a helpful definition. Let's see. Find a definition. Is that really how they define murder in the state? This is a weird definition. Murder, this is the weirdest definition of murder I've seen in my life. That is completely unhelpful as a definition. That definition of murder sucks. Let me find out the jury charge. Model jury instructions from Massachusetts. Maybe it can help me define murder here. District Criminal Court, Superior Criminal Court. Okay. Model instructions. Okay, homicide. PDF. All right, murder in the second degree, paragraph 50. Let's see if that gets me anywhere. Or page 50. Let's see. Okay, so here's the jury, the elements of the charge. This will work. Okay. So let's do this. All right, so murder in the second degree is what she's charged with. So here's what the Commonwealth has to prove, and of course they have to prove each and every element. The defendant caused the death of the victim. The defendant intended to kill, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in circumstances known to defendant, a reasonable person would have known, create a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. So, in order to be guilty, she doesn't have to intend that he died, right? She doesn't have to intend that he died. If she intended that he died, that would be 1. So we're actually like either in B or C, like one of these. So intended to cause grievous bodily harm. So she intended to cause serious injury would be 1. Or she intended to do an act. So the act is the intent. In circumstances known, a reasonable person would have known, create a plain and strong likelihood. So as long as she intended to hit him, she didn't need to intend that he died, and didn't need to intend that he would die. She would just have to have knowledge. A reasonable person would have to have knowledge that the circumstances are known to her, and that a reasonable person would know would create death. So, like, she only really has to intend that she hit him with the car, right? And then you're kind of there. Because if she intended to hit him with the car, that would be an act that a reasonable person would know could create a plain and strong likelihood of death. So that would be second-degree murder. So, for the sake of the definition, the intent isn't to kill. The intent is to hit him with the car, and that would be murder. And then, of course, just the causation and fact that the hitting with the car is the fact of the cause of the death. So you have the intent to do the act, which is the mental state, and then the fact that it does cause a death is the actus reus, right? So the intent to hit him with a car, that she did hit him with the car, and the car disabled him and either killed him outright or the hypothermia got to him, would do it. So in terms of legal definitions. She's innocent even by that definition. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just correcting the chat because the chat was saying like she didn't intend to kill him. It didn't sound like a person intent to kill. And I was just trying to say that that was the wrong legal standard. So I was just trying to clarify the law so that we could speak with more precision. So that was all I was trying to show there. So. It's still day 10, right? Okay, great. Well, if she unknowingly hit him? Well, did she intend to do an act in circumstances no that would have known created a plain, likely, stronghold? We can go back to the definition again. Give me a second. What if she didn't intend? Well, let's go back to the definition. Your question is, what if she unknowingly hit him? Well, let's see. Did she intend to do an act which, in circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would know, create a plain and strong likelihood that death would result? So, did she intend to reverse the car towards him? Even if she didn't intend to hit him, that would still meet the definition of C. Right? As long as she intended to drive the car backwards, would the reasonable person know that would create a plain and strong likelihood of striking them and then therefore causing death? Then you're there. Then you're there. That's knowing? Right. In circumstances known to the defendant. So she would know that, for example, John O'Keefe just got out of the car. She would know that where he was in the version of the case. She would know where he was and drove the car backwards with knowledge that he was there would be sufficient. That would be knowledge that would get you there. If she's drunk, it doesn't matter because she intended to do the act. She intended to drive backwards. It's not a specific intent crime. She has to have intention to do the act, not intention for the result. So it's not a specific intent crime. So drunkenness doesn't get you anywhere. Drunkenness isn't a legal excuse. So, yeah. So that doesn't work. All right. So let's see. And we're coming back at 1 o'clock, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to say that she's not guilty under the definition. Yeah, the actus reus is the biggest problem. That she actually hit him is the biggest problem for me. Right? That she actually caused the death. In order for her to cause the death, she has to have bare minimum hit him. Otherwise, she didn't do anything to cause it. There's no causality. So yeah, the biggest problem for the state is the actus reus. Right? That's the biggest problem because they have to prove she hit him. If she didn't hit him, the whole thing falls apart. She can have all the intent in the world, but if she didn't actually hit him, it doesn't matter. If she intentionally, with knowledge, created circumstances that created a plain and strong likelihood, but didn't actually hit him, there's no causality. And then we're done. So, no actus reus, therefore, or no causality, therefore, not guilty. So yeah, the biggest problem legally is the causality element. Is the actus reus element. It just isn't there. So that's the problem for me. By far and away. Yeah. Medical examiners' conclusions are a problem. Yes. There's many problems. There's lots of problems. Just wanted to correct you guys on the exact law so that you can argue with more precision, like a lawyer. Because that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to help. This stream is still apparently trying to be created for this afternoon. It's taking a sweet-ass time creating the stream. Will it create the stream so I can take a break? Why is it not creating the stream? Why is the thing not creating the nice... Why is the nice app not creating the nice stream? An error occurred. Thanks, that's great. Let's try again. Come on. Yeah, I always try to look for the simplest way to resolve the case, right? That's, I think, a good thing to do. Just look for the easiest way to resolve the case. And for me, the easiest way to resolve the case is on the mental element. It's like you just don't have it, right? Or apologize on the actus reus. It's like you just don't have it. Like, yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of reasons to attack the thing, but like try to keep it simple. And now I have 2 things scheduled for this afternoon. That's fucking great. So which one is which? That's just fucking wonderful. I don't know which one is which. Fuck me. All right, so now I have 2 streams scheduled for this afternoon, and I don't know which is which, and I don't want to delete the wrong stream because then I have a problem. Fuck me. God damn it. I don't know which is which. This fucking sucks. I can't redirect you to the stream because I don't know which stream is the right stream to redirect you to. And I'm going to pick the wrong one if I pick one. Murphy's Law being what it was, I will pick the wrong stream. So I can't delete it because I don't know which one to delete. And I can't redirect you to the right stream because I don't know which one to redirect you to. And I can't even tell you to like the stream because I don't know which one to tell you to like. So we're just fucking out of luck. That's fun. That's fun and exciting for me. We're just fucking out of luck. That's great. Well, this afternoon we'll have a stream. I don't know which of the 2 it is. It's one of them. So I guess pick correctly. I don't know. Like them both or something. I don't know. I know what to do. So I don't know. I got nothing because I have 2 streams created and I don't know which one is the right stream. So that sucks. I will see you in an hour on one of the streams. I've been on civil law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.